We will recommence Stream 11 hearing. We're up to day 5. Mr. West has kindly arrived early and agreed to step into the breach. So we'll invite him to come to the front and.
Tēnā koutou, and thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. To start, I'm not a lawyer or an expert in the RMA. I would describe myself as an analyst and a critical thinker and a passionate Wellingtonian who, like many in Paniki, seek to contribute positively towards our environment, including through predator-free trapping. My primary concern is how creation of private residential SNAs will negatively impact on landowners who will face stringent rules and unwanted costs, and our native and flora and fauna who will bear the brunt of decisions taken from the imposition of these SNAs. I first learned of Council's intention to make around 40% of our property an SNA in August 2019, and since then have sought ways to highlight my concerns, including by engaging directly with Council on our property, regularly submitting and advocating to Council, having an article published on Backyard Taonga in the Dominion Post, been a keynote speaker at the Kandala community meeting in 2021, and actively engaging in the district hearing, the district plan process, which is why I'm here today. Now, referring to my statements of evidence, there are several key points I want to draw attention to. Firstly, I wanted to address my comments on natural justice. Currently, private residential SNAs are excluded from the district plan, and if these were reinstated, there would be no further opportunity for impacted landowners to make a submission on these being reintroduced. In the lead up to the proposed district plan being notified, I met with lots of residents in Nio and Crofton Downs, with many expressing frustrations. And in one notable visit with a woman who had just lost her husband, and despite this, wanted to know more about the proposed SNAs, as the level of information from Council seemed lacking. For most landowners, the direct contact referred to by Council has been just 2 letters, with the first describing a project called Backyard Taonga, and the second on SNAs provided reluctantly after the Kandala community meeting in 2021. Furthermore, I expect many residents were simply unaware that the decision by Council in June 2022 to remove private residential SNAs could be challenged. Against this backdrop, if private residential SNAs are reinstated without giving opportunity for further submissions, I believe this would raise questions of natural justice for landowners who should reasonably expect to be given the opportunity to be heard. As noted in my evidence, Indigenous biodiversity in Wellington has increased significantly over the last 2 decades, with no native birds now under threat. Certainly at our place, flocks of kaka are now a daily feature. The fact that Wellington's flora and fauna is flourishing reflects well on the fantastic voluntary conservation efforts citywide, along with Sealandia and programs like Predator Free and Capital Kiwi. Notably, these achievements have occurred without any SNAs, which of course completely undermines the notion put forward by some submitters that private residential SNAs must be reinstated to stop biodiversity decline in Paniki. To put the scale of residential SNAs in Wellington into context, I've provided some statistical details in my evidence. The key observations I want to highlight are that there are 1,343 private residential SNA land parcels, which is about 74% of the total pool. Yet these private residential landowners only account for 283 hectares, or 5.4% of the identified SNAs. And my analysis showed that even if there was a significant reduction of Indigenous biodiversity arising from private residential SNAs being excluded, the impact in my mind would be de minimis, with around 99% of the total SNAs still actually in play. My statement of evidence provides details about the MF6 ecosystem and the representativeness criteria in the regional policy statement for assessing SNAs. I don't intend to repeat all the detail, but I guess the key points to note is that the MF6 ecosystem is described as a koe and tawa forest with secondary plants including mahoe, which is perhaps the most commonly found native in Wellington. With the representativeness criteria requiring ecosystems with less than 30% remaining, such as MF6, to be considered significant. And as a result, large parcels of land, including harbour lights, with some mahoe but few other notable features, have been identified as SNAs. As noted in my evidence, While the RMA and the regional policy statement offer framework protecting Indigenous biodiversity, neither prescribe in detail how council might protect significant Indigenous vegetation or habitats of Indigenous fauna. Case law referred to and comments by Forest and Bird in its submission suggest that SNAs are not the only option available to council for meeting its regulatory obligations. Furthermore, I've highlighted some unintended outcomes that might arise from establishing private residential SNAs. Two key points I'd like to draw attention to are how creating SNAs would likely result in land value losses for landowners of up to 30%, and that ordinary maintenance like trimming trees on small urban plot would now require a resource consent and an ecological report costing around $6,000, along with using a qualified arborist. Landowners certainly would not be permitted to do this work themselves. I therefore expect creating private residential SNAs will make native bush an expensive and unwanted burden for many landowners, with real risk of biodiversity gains starting to diminish. In my opinion, better biodiversity outcomes would be achieved by permanently excluding private residential SNAs from the district plan, instead relying on the general provisions for protecting biodiversity, along with a program to encourage citywide planting of natives so as to establish a broad spread of food across Paniki for our birds. Now, to focus on our property in the Harbour Lights subdivision, previously this land was a poultry farm, with historic documents describing there being limited native bush, except near Old Potirua Road. As part of the subdivision, 2.5 hectares of the land was vested to council, and in fact it actually makes part of the Odell Reserve, and with a covenant containing conservation obligations placed on the remaining lots. As explained in my evidence, while still in dispute, we've engaged extensively with council on our land being classified as an SNA, and the three key documents provided are the 2021 assessment from council, which identified 15 native birds, plants, 6 native birds, and an area of blackberry which would be removed from the SNA boundary. Our landowner report, which found none of the 15 identified plants were under threat regionally, and that 5 of the 6 native birds were not threatened with kaka in recovery. And the response from Wildland Consultants, which provided further detail, including its justification for why the Mahoe-dominated forest should remain an SNA. The 150 square metre area of blackberry that has now been excluded provides a good example for why council should be required to assess each parcel of land before classifying it as an SNA, rather than simply relying on aerial photographs. In summary, I'm seeking that 9 Captain Edward Daniel Drive remains excluded from the list of SNAs, noting that there is already a covenant on the land title with conservation obligations, that the whole Harbour Lights subdivision also remains excluded from the list of SNAs for the same reasons, that the relief sought by some submitters to reinstate private residential SNAs is rejected, or if the panel decides to reinstate these private residential SNAs, that it rejects the previous rules provided from the draft district plan, as these would impose a heavy and unreasonable burden on those landowners, identifies new and more practicable rules for private residential SNAs, and limits any rules for private residential SNAs to land that is not already protected by some other method, such as a QE2 covenant or a land title covenant. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. West. First point I wanted to discuss with you is the fact that, picking up on the statistics you've identified, yesterday we heard from a number of seriously aggrieved rural landowners who put the inverse proposition to us and said the council had in effect listened to the hue and cry from residential landowners, and they were being picked on because there weren't a lot of them, and they couldn't make as much noise. Is there an equity issue as between the rural-urban divide?
I guess to answer that, I would actually probably step back and say, I think putting SNAs on any private land is challenging. And I have focused, certainly in my case, my submission on residential, because I saw that as something that was more defensible than the rural SNAs. That said, I could understand why they would also be aggrieved. And in fact, I remember listening to some of the draft district plan submissions and heard some farmers talk about the fact that they were starting to chop down their mahui one tree at a time. So yes, I don't disagree with their view that they feel they've been unfairly treated, but that doesn't, in my mind, provide a an argument for why the residential ESNA should be reinstated either.
Next point I wanted to ask you about was that you suggested that there needs to be more tailored criteria for identifying SNAs. One problem that I foresee with that is that the national policy statement that we are bound to give effect to specifies what the criteria are and say you must apply these criteria and by implication no others. And so how do we work around that?
I don't know. I mean, I guess stepping back a moment though, if bad policy delivers bad outcomes, then it's a bad policy and that should be challenged rather than just saying this is the policy so we must enact it. When I look at this, all I see is that these SNAs on private land are not going to provide good outcomes versus doing something less stringent. The Blackberry area on our property actually is a really good example of this. That area has what I would consider a significant view. I did actually bring some photos along, but it basically looks out from the road at sea view right the way around through into the city itself, across the harbour. Now, if that was to be in the SNA and we could not prune those trees reasonably, that view would be lost to everyone who walks past. So that's a bad outcome. So, you know, there's a whole lot of challenges that need that just applying broad brush rules does not address. So I understand that, you know, there's a policy direction and it says you need to do certain things, but I'm not an expert around how you might work within those to find ways forward that provide better outcomes for the city.
Understand. Next question, you make a point about ground truthing and the boundaries. I'm not sure what your personal sphere of expertise is.
I'm a mechanical engineer, if that helps. So I don't have a lot of, you know.
Well, you probably, yes, I understand. Yes, I understand what mechanical engineers do. My son is one. It occurred to me that we have an E-plan. You could stand on the land with a GPS and know where you were in relation to the E-plan.
Well, look, I mean, if you looked at our property right now, and you could, because you can walk past this area, it's very obvious where the SNA boundary is, because of course it was this Blackberry area that got excluded, and then the rest of it runs along the side the private road. But in a few years' time, once that area starts to mature, good luck finding that boundary on the 45-degree slope, which is what it is. Particularly if it was the same trees that were already growing in the SNA area. Now, that said, because it's not in the SNA, the likelihood of us planting mahaui there is about 0%. Because why would we? We've got this view. In fact, I'm happy to leave these with you, but effectively that's some of the view that you can see from the road. Everyone stops and takes photo, pretty much everyone. So there's no way we're going to allow that part of our property to have 8, 9, 10 metre trees, even all weird on the slope, growing there, because that view will be lost to the city. So is it important? Well, I mean, to the extent that you're not trying to do something within or outside of the SNA, is probably okay. I guess thinking back a bit further about the ground truthing, what would have happened if we didn't have the council come and look at our land and that Blackberry wasn't identified and then we cleared it later? Would we have been in dispute with council around whether or not we had cleared an SNA? Or the Blackberry, or the banana vine that was in there, or the broom, because no one would have known. It would have been an aerial photo that was assessed as it being an SNA because they thought it was next to the mahaui. Well, actually it wasn't, and it was pretty obvious. It was just really dense. It was 6 foot high. It's massive. Taken 2 summers and about 3 skips to get rid of it all. It's been hard work. I think more importantly for me actually would be ground truthing than knowing precisely the boundaries, because I think that's the greater risk for landowners.
Gotcha. And in relation to the suggestion that it's your paragraph 39, the council should limit any rules to private residential SNAs to land not already protected by another method like a QET or 2 or land title covenant. Put QE2 covenants to one side because they're well known. We know what they are. But private land covenants come in an infinite range.
Yes, sure.
In the property I bought in Hawke's Bay, there's a private land covenant that you can't plant anything that's going to grow higher than, I think it's about 5 metres. So how do you differentiate what sort of private land covenants? How would you describe, like, what would a rule say, an exemption, like, because as I say, it couldn't be all private land covenants because some covenants, as I say, preclude planting things. How would you actually do that in practice?
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it, I guess? I mean, I look at our land covenant as the example. I mean, it has a whole section called conservation, and it provides what we're allowed to do, and it talks about that the need to plant only natives and to take efforts to remove the weeds and make sure that we don't put fence structures through the conservation area and things like that. So it's quite specific about what it actually, in our case, says are our obligations for looking after that bit of land. I guess if it's tricky from a plan point of view, I guess, because how do you say land covenants that have X or Y or whatever? But that's sort of what I was thinking, that, where there's something else that's controlling or protecting that bush, do you really want to have duplicates? I worry about the duplicates because, one day the district plan might say, I have to fence the area off, yet my covenant says don't put a fence there. I don't want to have a dispute over that sort of nonsense. We're all trying to protect the bush. So that was partly what was behind my thinking, if that helps. It was more about trying to make sure there wasn't, well, it's 2 reasons. It was about making sure there wasn't duplicates, but also, in our case, trying to make sure we didn't have to face what I consider to be fairly unreasonable rules that were being put forward.
To my mind, it's not so much the duplication issue, which would be a problem, is if they were in conflict at the margin.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and that's the worry I have where we have a conflict, because then it becomes a legal issue, and then I have to face legal costs to try and deal with something that wasn't even my creating. And all I'm trying to do is make sure that the bush is looking nice.
And the obvious one, as you say, is that the covenant precludes you fencing anything. Land doesn't currently require fencing, but it could do.
But it could do, and it could be changed quite easily.
But I'd also like, sorry,
Chair,
just in relation to that issue, because I'm just having a look at the conservation covenant requirements that you've helpfully provided with your submission. And at 3.2.3 there, it talks about the management objectives for protection, preservation and conservation values. And the very first one, A, says that that each owner will ensure that there will be no felling, removing, trimming, burning, pruning, or taking of trees, bush or flora. And it just strikes me that that seems more onerous and more restrictive than what's currently being proposed in the latest set of provisions around outside SNAs.
It does sort of permit it if you read the whole section.
Okay.
Yeah, so it means we won't permit it unless it is permitted. I think it's the way I read it. Yeah, I'd have to go back and reread the whole thing, but it didn't completely preclude. I'd have to. I've got it here too. It was. It's been a while since I've looked at it because we all just get on with doing what we're doing. We don't really think too hard about it. And of course, everyone's view around how they look after that land varies. For some people like us, it means we're doing quite a lot of work to tidy the bush up. For others, it's like set and forget.
Yes.
But certainly no one's out there chopping stuff down, because that's certainly not the intent of what was intended.
But they would if it interfered with their view.
Yeah, so it's 3.3.331 says nothing in the clauses 3.2.
That's exactly.
I was looking at 323.
Oh yeah, 3.
Yeah, let's just focus on Commissioner Birch's point that there is an exception to protect reasonably expected views. Now that would be the inverse, that
Yes,
where the covenant is more enabling.
Yeah.
for sure, for sure. Look, it is, and it doesn't require me to get a resource consent. And it
Yes.
doesn't require me to pay for an ecologist report either. And if it's something I think I can reasonably tackle, I can get the pruning saw out. So there's a lot of just day-to-day maintenance, which of course, when you go back to what the original letter from council said, the backyard taonga letter, it implied that nothing would get in the way of day-to-day management of your property, which of course is not true when you read what's been put forward in the actual proposed district plan.
Yeah, there's many steps along the way, and to be fair to the council officers, they've now got to grapple with this national policy statement that's emerged in the meantime that they have to give effect to. They and we have to give effect to. It's shifted to the goalposts, and the government saying that it's going to shift them some more. We're not quite sure where it's going to shift them to or when.
Look, I don't envy the task in that regard. I appreciate the challenges, and I picked that up from watching the earlier.
Okay. Commissioner Barr, do you have any additional questions? Because I'd finished actually.
Just one more in relation to the covenant issue. Just wondering to what extent the boundaries of the covenant coincide with the proposed SNA on your property. I just couldn't find that.
Well, the way the conservation covenant or the conservation area is defined in the covenant,
Right.
is that it's your property less the right of way for the road, less your building plot area, if you like, and less the access to that, and therefore everything else on the piece of land would be considered. So in our case, it would be reasonable to expect that it's the piece across the road, which is mostly the SNA, but also a little bit behind our house as well, which has also got some bush in it, but it's a much smaller area. Whereas now, of course, the SNA piece actually doesn't follow the road completely. It steps back following some trees. So it's back about 2 meters or 1.5. It's hard to know, and then excludes the blackberry area as well.
So in your case, the what was the SNA area is in fact smaller than the covenanted area.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tosh, any questions?
Yeah, only one. It's really about the genesis of the subdivision itself. The road itself, Captain Edward Daniel Drive itself, is that a private road or is it a public road?
It is a private road. The actual history, and I found lots on the council, so you've got to go through but it was a chicken farm, and the owner at the time wanted to subdivide a piece off to build another cottage for his farm workers, and he got told he couldn't. This was 1967, I think, but he could, or 69, I think it was, but he couldn't because in 67 the council had notified or published a plan zoning it residential. So, and at that point, that's what led to the process of it becoming a subdivision, although that dragged on well into the 90s because there was a lot of debate over Old Potirua Road itself and whether it was wide enough to sustain vehicle traffic. And so there's pages and pages and pages. And that's why the information I found talked about, early days of not much bush. And when you see the 1990 stuff, it talks about regenerating bush and things like that. But it is a private road. There was a lot of debate, I think, in council at the time to permit the development. So the properties ended up being large plots with less dwellings because there was concerns, because you can actually see Captain Edward Daniel houses from as you go along Hutt Road and you look up the Kaifara Road, you can actually see You can see our house there is the long skinny one. And so they were concerned about, I guess effectively the ridge line becoming crowded. So that's why all our properties are large. Ours is only about 2,000 squares. Our neighbours is 3,000 squares, and they're less lucky than us. About 80% of theirs will be an SNA.
But if you like, you've got a residential component of it, or on one side of the road, and then you've got the balance, which is fairly steep and covered in bush, and it's got covenants on it. So yeah, that puts in a few more pieces of the puzzle. I'm also interested in land to the immediate southeast, which presumably is down the hill. It's also zoned residential as well. Do you know whose land ownership that's in?
I don't. It's private land. I'm fairly certain. It's quite a big parcel. In fact, I am vaguely aware there was some stuff on Trade Me for a couple of small townhouses down towards the bottom end of it, being built up off a little road, which was on a little part of that whole big area. That area itself down in the valley, it's big. It's got a lot of native bush. It's also got some really big, probably, I'm not sure if they're north of pines or pines, but they're massive. Going to fall down one day, I expect. They don't look great, but the Kitteroo love landing in them anyway.
Yeah, I think a general point with Wellington is that the urban areas which have been developed over the years, they've taken the low-hanging fruit to develop the areas which are easiest to do, and the later ones there's been reasons why they've not been developed before, often access issues. You talked about the width of the legal road of Old Porora Road. I do know the road. So the later ones are the more difficult ones to do, and that's why you've got, I would assume, you've got a private road which has got a dozen or so properties off it.
There's 24 sections.
24?
24
Okay, so that's quite a lot to be serviced off a private road.
There's about 800 metres of private road.
Yeah.
It's a big area. The road, it sort of winds in, and then there's a couple of side spurs that goes back around on it. So, but I mean, it's a narrow private road. There's the covenant says no parking on the street, and there's a reason for that. The road's too narrow.
Okay. No, thank you for that. And I'd have to say, very impressed with time, the effort, and so forth that you've put into us in terms of the written material and the way you've spoken to us today. I think it's been very good. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Burge, any questions?
Don't have any questions, but I just want to reiterate what Commissioner Dace just said. Thank you very much. Your submission is very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. West. Appreciate you.
Would it be permissible just to talk for 1 minute just about your discussion earlier in the week about the 100 square metres and the 5 metres?
Like you have the floor until you walk out the door.
Okay. Well, it occurred to me as I was listening to this discussion, 100 square metre area is an area that is 10 metres by 10 metres. Now, if that is a bush area and I want to step in 5 metres to give myself a building platform with clearance of 5 metres, so I bring in each side 5 metres, the permitted building space in that area is 0 square metres. So 100 square metres actually gives you no ability to build anything if it's in the bush. It's a good example of unworkable rules. Now, if you wanted that space to allow for a 100 square metre building and the 5 metres, you need an area of 20 metres by 20 metres, which is actually 400 square metres of clearance. And if picking up on the 300 square metres that was talked about, that would allow a just under 54 square metre building to be built. So I'm not providing a view other than just thought it might be helpful to share a little bit of actual calculation of what those numbers being talked about might actually mean in a practicable sense if it was a complete bush. Now, to the extent that it wasn't all bush, 100 square metres could be quite a lot of, it might assist quite a lot, but if it was a bush area, it would not.
I think that the genesis of 100 square metres was not to provide a section, but if we take your point that we heard, I was going to say yesterday, but it might have been Wednesday, from someone else who had a vacant section that was 100% bush, who he wasn't making that point, but he was describing just how much he would have to clear to build even a small house
Yes.
in practice.
Yes, yes, particularly if you want to put a driveway up as well. I mean, that takes quite a lot of work, a lot of area.
And in your case, basically there's no option but to have a driveway if you can't park on the private road.
But that's exactly right. Yes, yes.
And the other point is, yeah, am I just satisfying my curiosity? Am I correct? The point that Commissioner Dash point, the configuration of your section where you have your own patch of private bush over the road.
Yes.
My presumption is that was to provide to meet the requirements for the section size. It wasn't with the idea that you could ever actually do anything with that land. It was an artifact of the subdivision process.
That's exactly right. And in fact, the covenant precludes building a second dwelling on the properties. I mean, you could easily put a property over there, but actually the covenant does not permit a second dwelling. So it effectively remains bush. And so to one extent, when I talk about like the land value losses, we face less land value loss because we've got a covenant and we can't put a second dwelling, except that the value add to our property is of course that view. And if we don't have that view because we can't trim the bush, the photos, actually I'll leave these here with you, but the bottom one is literally just a little bit further along the road and you can't see the harbour at all. And just before the district plan was notified, we actually got an arborist in to flat top those trees because they were getting too big and we were losing the view inside from the lower level. You wouldn't know we've done it now because of course it's Maui. It just, springs back up. It's just like resilient. And it was the best thing we did probably. So and in probably about 3 or 4 years time, we should be doing the same thing. But of course, if it's an SNA, we'll be approaching council for a resource consent with our report and spending $6,000 for $1,000 jobs.
Okay. Understand the point. If you leave your photos with our hearing administrator.
Okay, great.
And she'll give us copies.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I appreciate that.
You're
Thanks for listening.
Thanks.
Are they copies? Yes, they are. Right. Okay. Dr. Layton, are you ready to roll?
Yeah.
Well, would you care to step forward? Next, via this highly technical instrument. Now, Dr. Layton, I of course have heard you before, so I know exactly where your property is. But I think the first step had better be that you describe where your property is for the benefit of my colleagues.
Yes, it's at 287 South Karori Road. 287 is 2.87 kilometres from the start of South Karori Road, which is the bus terminal. And instead of going right and up to Macro, you go left and down a valley. This submission is about the SNA, which is only related to 287, but we actually own 183, 241, 249 and 287, which are 4 contiguous blocks. They actually are basically the south side of the valley from just beyond the residential area for another kilometre and a bit, and goes into Long Gully. And much of the SNA area is in Long Gully, but not all of it.
Yes, we heard from Mr. and Mrs. Watson yesterday.
Hmm?
We heard from Mr. and Mrs. Watson yesterday.
Oh, did you? Oh, well. He's quite a way away though.
Yes.
Yeah, that stream, which is called Silver Stream, whether it's before or after in terms of its naming, the one out in the Hutt Valley, but it's actually, I think it's debatable whether that's actually the main river and the Karori stream is a tributary, because it's actually significantly longer and drains a significantly larger area, but probably doesn't have as much flow because in Karori they have put a lot of houses, so there's no longer the absorption of water that under those houses and roads, and so probably more flow goes down. But it's a significant stream, and it's been a farm. It's had a long history. Mr. Moody lived there. The famous Miss Alice from the cases had the house we originally lived in at 183 was the farm cottage built when regulations under town and country planning so they could get a farm cottage, but it really ended up to being a separate house, so forth. There's a whole history behind it. We bought it though in 2022, and actually we've only got to get out to the back of the place and up some of the ridges more recently. The previous owners they shifted, they claim, for health reasons, and I suspect they didn't do the maintenance of the farm tracks that were there. And they were actually covered in gorse and broom and barberry and blackberry. One, which is supposed to be in the SNA, we actually called the blackberry track because it was just solid blackberry. The other we called the gorse track because it was just solid gorse. Anyway, so that's we actually do live at 287. The district plan is proposing that a large part of the property be set. And I've sent you some photographs. So if you look at the purple on that, the outlined line is, the property boundaries, the dashed line on that first chart. The purple is what they're proposing to be an SNA. Now you'll see that it's basically one block and then one separate block right up in a corner. The separate block up in the corner is actually a QE2 covenant, so there's no need for it to be an SNA. It's properly protected. It's just adding bureaucracy and difficulties to everybody. There is actually a provision for putting a dwelling in that under the QE2 covenant, though. So nobody would ever, but it's got to be approved in terms of environmental issues by QE2. The purple area, about a half of that is in a QE2 covenant. And it's the half that is to the right on that diagram. But some parts of it, which aren't purple, are actually in the covenant, and a fair amount that's in purple is not in the covenant. And the covenant area is just superb. The rest is, that's the issue. There are little patches, but they aren't, there might have been a tree there, like there was one Reimann tree, but it's died. So, it's that we've heard about from Park, that came out of Park. So that's basically where it is. I've argued that the council should abandon its current approach to this issue and actually negotiate directly with the landowners about what should be or shouldn't be covered by an SNA. I would suggest to you that things that are covered by a QE2 covenant, which are in perpetuity and are monitored by people who have expertise in this area, is something that you shouldn't be trying to override or replicate in terms of it. I think the approach that's of negotiating directly is preferable for a couple of reasons. First, the point I'd make is based on the GHD analysis that they did. As they said, and I quote, the costs of the proposed accrue to a relatively small proportion of affected parties that would be affected by SNAs being established, while the benefits would be borne broadly across the city's residents. And the data that GHD's and economic analysis identifies that there are 40 private parcelled natural open spaces and another 169 private rural properties that would be subject to the SNA designation under the current version of the proposal. And GHD estimate that the cost to the owners of those 209 properties has a present value of 19.2 million, or on average $91,866 per property.
Can you give me those numbers again so I can write them down?
Well, the benefits that they have, the costs they have identified for those two groups of landowners, a small cost if you had more, but those two groups, the people who own the natural open spaces, private natural open spaces, and the 69 private rural will be subject to SNAs, is 19.2. So there's 209 properties. Divide 209 into 90, we're going to get 91,866 is the per property impost according to the council's own data. But against that, GHD also say that there's a present value of the benefits for the citizens of Wellington, and that they are between 16 million and 40 million. So the benefits might be slightly less than the costs on the citizens of Wellington because the owners are the citizens, or they might be marginally more. It's not actually in the context of Wellington a big sum if you think of what they're spending on redoing the town hall and so forth. And I'm an economist, I've dealt with these things for years. That's quite small. So the whole proposal might, according to GHC, make Wellington citizens slightly worse off or marginally better off. And that's based on, if there are 220,000 roughly residents of Wellington City. Wellington, of course, has closer to 400,000, but a lot of them don't live in Wellington City, and it's only relevant that it's Wellington City. And if you work it out on a per head of population, and assume that the benefits are going to last only 20 years, which is conservative, and are evenly spread, because they'll last, they hope, I think, the planners in perpetuity. If it's a covenant, they will, but under this scheme, you know, councils come, councils go, district planners come, district planners go. But let's say it's 20 years spread evenly. It works out to $3.63 per head, the benefit annually for. And the high end is $9.09. So one's proposal is to impose a cost of about $92,000 on 209 landowners to give a benefit to the rest of the citizens of between 2/3 and 2 cups of coffee per year. And I would submit to you that I don't think a reasonable administrative decision maker would think that's a good trade-off. The actual benefit to the citizens is small, and there's an annual benefit, and they will get it over time. But of course, the cost is imposed immediately in the land value on the landowners. So they pay it right up front. In fact, at 287 South Koori Road, because the data in the GHD report you can use to work out there are 7.3 hectares per SNA of those two categories. In those two categories, the average size of the SNA is 7.3 hectares. But at our place, it is going to be roughly 5 times that. So the impost on my partner and I is 459,000 if we're getting the average impost per hectare. In order to give our fellow citizens between 2/3 and 2 cups of coffee. Now, I've been involved as an administrative decision maker much of my life, but I didn't put myself down as an expert, but administrative decision makers have to make reasonable decisions. And I think this one is not one that would be hard to argue is reasonable. Moreover, the dangers if you're an administrative decision maker is making a decision where the costs and the benefit from arguing is highly concentrated, but the benefits are widely spread, because you then have the antis are very concentrated, and the people who are benefiting out of it don't really have a tuppeny stuff. So you can see with 459,000 sort of theoretical calculation on us and a few others who'll be in a similar position, the chances you'll get challenges and ongoing arguments and disputation seems pretty high. So not only is it a decision you can never predict courts. I've been involved in court litigation most of my life over these matters, administrative decisions. You can't ever predict how they'll come out, but I think this is a process that if I was involved, I'd be saying, let's start with one that's much more robust, and then let's negotiate with the owners. And my second point about it is that the process that's been used to arrive at these graphs, or these coloured areas, has a flaw in it, in my opinion. What they did was in 2016, they got a report from Wildlands, who's an environmental consultancy report. Now, they labelled it an audit and talked about doing an audit. But what they actually did was a collation of all of the reports that had been done in the past of significant botanical items in the city. And some of those, the Wildlands report, if you read it, said, well, we're not quite sure about this one, or this is debatable. They checked them against what was in the regional council's ideas of what might be significant. So that was the audit bit in a sense, but they didn't really check the veracity. It looks like staff have gone and looked at the ones that were doubtful, then put out the plan, and if nobody put up a flag, done nothing apart from keep the plan, if people put up a flag, they had a site visit. But in our case, I mean, we didn't buy the property in 2022, and in fact, some of these areas I hadn't got to until May because I had to get access through them, and you can't see them from unless I went in a drone or a helicopter. I wasn't thinking of that. So they've actually just ended up with areas that, well, in the case of our property, they'd identified, quite rightly probably, that there were, from an article, but from a piece of research done by a man called Park in the 1990s, that there were a collection of spots around this thing. But if you look at the plan, they've ended up with a contiguous area. So they've done an interpolation between those little spots. And most of the spots, it turns out, are in the upper end of that valley. And there's a stunningly good but dying now macrocarpa at the bottom. I'm not sure that's a significant natural area. Anyway, what I did was went out last week and took some photos to show you the outcome of this process that they've used. The first photograph is A. And if you look at the map, I've actually put where A is. Now you say, how did I know I was there? Well, if you look carefully in the map on the council's website, there's actually the satellite picture is available under it. You can actually see it. It doesn't come out when you print it on my rather shonky amateur printer, but it is actually there. So you can see where the old track lines are, and also the fence lines around the covenant, and also significant items like the tree, and there's a couple of huts. And so you can locate yourself very accurately where you are on that map by looking at the thing. The first picture A is taken from standing just behind our house and looking out over the proposed area. The first item, if you look at A, the bottom is actually blackberry, dying, we hope. Behind that, you've got light yellow, which is gorse, and you've also got darker yellow, and that's Darwin's barberry. Then if you look very closely, you'll see some light blue stuff, and that is actually buddleia, which is effectively a noxious plant in this area. It's something we've been spending a lot of time in the other properties getting rid of. And then at the very top, you can just see a macrocarpa, a large macrocarpa, that just at the very top of that picture. I took a whole lot more pictures, but you didn't want to sit studying a whole lot. So that's A. B is actually further into the area, and that's where we have managed to clear the old track at this stage. Well, you can see the light yellow is, the other bits in there are mahoe in the A. They're not very big mahoe. I mean, there are places on our properties that have really nice mahoe, but I'd have to tell you that these are not them. More, the next point, that's a macrocarpa in the middle of the purple area, flanked by gorse on each side and relatively small. As you go up that hill, actually, that's not in the purple area at the top. That's in one of those bits that's in the covenant because it's up behind. This area is not in the covenant, nor's the first one. Third one is just on the boundary of the covenant. That is a pig feeder in the middle. That's because this has a lot of pigs, and unfortunately, we discovered on Wednesday a lot of goats at the moment. There's a herd of goats have arrived. So you put a feeder to attract them, so when you call the hunters in, they're much easier to find and get rid of. But they have rooted that up. It's just grass patch, and they keep rooting it up. To the left, to the right of there is basically a big standard gorse. Then there's a fence, and then there's a covenant area. That's on the edge. And then D is actually behind the house, and there's a track, and that's the blackberry track, although this end of it's mainly gorse. And as you go up there, that's gorse on the sides, and you can just see, if you really work hard at it, on the very right hand side, there's the top of a rewa, but that's a sort of where Park sort of found the odd rewa and so forth. So the process they've used is basically led them to draw lines when what they were told in the literature from the thing was there were spots, because that's probably easier to do. And I think just underlines why it's really important that they actually go and discuss about these areas. As it is, yes, they have obligations under legislation, but I would suggest in the case of our context, those have been satisfied because the covenanted area is protected and is the significant bush, and it abuts and is actually fenced with a Wellington Natural Heritage Trust land that's in the same. It goes. They actually access the place through us, so we go part of the way. You can't tell the dividing line between our land and their land, but they're all behind the one fence, and they're all managed as one block. But these areas, which is about half of it, not actually significant natural area, and I think that just shows the process. So happy to take questions.
Layton, first of all, a request. Would it be possible for you to give us a map that overlays the covenanted area so we can see the
I could do it for you on the. You can actually work it out on the Wellington website. So I can give you an idea now, but I don't have a map of it that overlays this.
But like I'm not
try and draw one.
Like I'm not asking you for survey precision.
Yeah.
But and don't try and describe it because me trying to write it down I'll get it wrong. Do you think you would be able to give us even an approximate? Like I'm looking at the screenshot you've got.
Okay. Well, here you are. Here it is. It's not complicated. If you look at that big block that sort of goes right up the valley, right?
Yeah. Well,
first of all, we'll start with the one on the top corner. That is an accurate picture of where that covenant is. The one on the right hand. Yeah, the little individual one on its own. And what it is beautiful kawi, and it's a very good stand of it. And it's it's fenced. We did manage last year to clear the fence line. It had been neglected to be put in, and we've been able to maintain that fence line.
Do you have any photos of that one, or?
There is on my website, but but yeah, it's lovely. Because kawi are a member of the sort of well, you will know better than me, but they have buttress roots when they get really big, and they're starting to get to that point. So and it's large. That's what it is. Although we have found one or two. We found a seedling of Reimann in there. And that probably came from a stray Reimann down over by going towards the mountain bike park. So anyway, that's an accurate representation. For the rest of it, if you go down that line on the right hand side of the boundary, right, you come to the purple then. follow the first purple line across the top, and you get to where that letter C is on the map.
Yep.
Go straight down. And that's effectively the covenant area.
Just ask Mr. Layton, how long's the covenant been in place?
Since about 2007, 2008. Yeah. Even though we were the neighbours, the people who owned this property, 287, they weren't maintaining even the track to that covenant. But we have a track that comes from the other properties that actually came to that corner, because so we actually did extend our maintenance of that track so that the Natural Heritage Trust was able to get in there and maintain it, even when we didn't own it and had no prospect of it being owned. So, but now we've got a track that goes up the hill and joins with that.
The next question is, you noted that you only bought the property in 2022, and therefore the process of checking had predated.
Yeah.
It's not beyond recall. Are you open to an ecologist working for the council to come onto the land and actually try and better identify where these areas are?
Certainly, I mean, I think it is the covenanted area, but if the basic principle though is if something's free, people will want more of it than is efficient, right? So that's the bias here that I'm concerned about. That's why we should negotiate. But we're not opposed to. We're opposed to having SNAs because we think the covenant does the job, and it just adds an extra layer of bureaucracy. If you think of it, trying to get rid of that muckacup of happen to be in the covenant, and there are pines in the covenant. There's a process that you're going to have to go through, even just removing that, or buddleia, So it's not working. It's not going to work, but it isn't an issue to us that some areas need to be preserved. We knew that when we bought it, and we basically spent a lot of money on restoring the vegetation on the other 3 blocks. So what are we? We're not opposed to preserving natural heritage values, but we do think that preserving buddleia and gorse and barberry is probably a bit of a joke. And I think the SNA process without compensation is a joke.
Are there reasonable incentives provided with the QE2 covenants?
Reasonable incentives?
Incentives or compensation?
One compensation that we do have is we don't pay rates on the no rates. So I think that's probably the reason our predecessors put it in there. But that, of course, has been recently undermined because, interestingly, the council is now, so it doesn't look like it's charging us bigger rates as it actually is now starting to call some of them levies. And so we have to pay levies on the covenanted area. So we're paying for a sewerage scheme in Moa Point. Even though, I don't know if you know, but this valley has a sewerage scheme down. Our house is actually on the sewer. And there's a big pipe down there. There's a whole lot of spare capacity down that valley. Because there's not only is there the main sewer for West Wellington, but there's actually a sewer main down the road. And very few houses connected to it.
The other thing that occurs to me, Dr. Layton, is that you've picked up on the GHD analysis and said, in effect, why would you do this based on the level of economic cost versus economic benefit? One of the problems that we have is that we are bound to give effect to the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Bird Biodiversity, which directs that SNAs be identified and be protected. And that NPS was supposedly the subject of economic analysis. We haven't seen any economic analysis, and I think the GHD report that has been put before us gives us cause to wonder about the robustness of the analysis that underpinned the NPS. But from our point of view, it is what it is. We don't have the ability not to give effect to it, even though we might have a well-founded cynicism about the quality of the analysis underpinning it.
I'm not so sure that's the case, actually. You know, as I said, I've had a history of being an administrative decision maker, but my background is I'm an economist, and I've spent 50 years looking at cost-benefit analyses and looking at their sort of very close relative business cases, because that's essentially what they are in terms of it. And so I could have taken the option to come and argue about GHD's data and spent hours with it, because I know that any cost-benefit analysis can be debated by two economists for a very long time. And they often do.
And if you wanted to get an even longer debate, you introduce a third economist who will have a different opinion.
That's right. Well, you might end up with 4 opinions by that stage out of 3 economists. But
Yes.
anyway, so, but I actually looked at it. I thought the guy hadn't done a bad job, actually, with what he had available. Now, the question is, they're only a guide to decision making. And what I'm pointing out to you is that you're talking about here slamming some people enough that they're going to be willing to litigate. And I've already spent 100,000 on one case with the council. So, you know, I'm not threatening. I'm just saying, when there's big incentives, you know, that's when you. I know when I was involved in various industries, it's when you had a group who had a big incentive that you were going to do something. You better make sure your cost benefit analysis showed there was plenty of room to be wrong. And here, talking about 2/3 of a cup of coffee to 2 cups of coffee a year on an optimistic side, I would be sitting there and it could be negative. And that hasn't taken into account the time and angst and resources that will be wasted in any disputes that go forward. I think you're quite open to deciding no. Because as an administrative decision maker, you don't think you could actually, that the council could sustain an argument that was reasonable and it is likely to be open to challenge. Now, it can go the other way. You know, I remember once in a sort of quite critical issue, I won't tell you what it is because it would be revealing confidences, that I had a cost benefit analysis that could have been a negative or could have been a positive. And I was quite blunt about that with the decision maker.
I can't imagine you being blunt, Dr. Layton.
And the decision maker, knowing the risks and upsides and downsides, did decide to proceed with it, and it didn't actually cause it, but there was a huge amount of upside. We were not talking, you know, it's 20 million upside here because it's to 40 million is the top. And the cost is 19.2 on these people, right? So you're talking 20.8 million. 20.8 million won't buy you the redoing of a fraction of the town hall that the citizens are willing to pay for at the moment, or seem to think they're willing to pay for. And then if you count the whole lot of the thing, it's peanuts. So would you really be wise in deciding that to pursue this, especially since the real core of it, in our case, and I suspect in a lot of cases you'd find, is relatively easily protected, or may actually be already protected. I noticed that the gentleman in front of us had a covenant as well in front of me. So here, what are you gaining? And the big upside is not a lot. The analysis might be wrong. Now, I'm not sitting here saying I think he got it all terribly inflated what the cost would be. So I sat back and thought, oh, somebody came to me, what would I want to wear the CCNA? And I can tell you, it's not 490 million, but it's not a great deal more. But it's definitely not less. So you can put the money on the table now. And the reason is, of the difficulties of decision making and the lack of flexibility, and you're locking it up forever. for no benefit here. Now, one of the things he didn't take into account is that if you ever did want to develop some of the land down South Korea Road, they will be wanting reserves. So this land could then become, but if they've already taken it effectively under an SNA, you don't have as a bargaining chip. Now, there's potentially 300 or 400 sections in all of our property down there at $500,000 each. It's not trivial. We don't intend to do it, and it won't happen for 20, 30, 40 years, but this would not. So would I give that away? No. For money, for a certain amount, yes. Well, I'm an economist, so everything has its price.
Okay, I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions of you. Commissioner Dash, any?
So my short answer is, I think you'll be giving them, the administrative decision makers whom you're advising, or making the decision for, or putting on the table, a bit of a bad serve for relatively small upside. And it would actually aggravate getting the voluntary ones. I think that would make people focus what is really worth preserving here. And it's not Barbary, and it's not Budleigh, and it's not even Little Mahui.
Mr. Dash?
Oh, I don't have any questions on. It's certainly giving us plenty of additional food for thought, particularly in relation to the economic arguments that there are. But as the chair mentioned, we have the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, which is quite directive. Thank you.
Commissioner Murray?
No further questions from me either, Mr. Layton, but I do want to thank you for coming along this morning and presenting to us in person. It's been very enlightening and helpful to our consideration of all of these issues, which as you're well aware and we've discussed this morning, are extremely complex. Thank you.
And I think that's it. So I think that's it from us. So, but in the time-honored manner, you can expect to hear from the council seeking to have a look at your high-quality blackberry in the relatively near future.
Okay. I will leave you a copy of my notes.
Well, that would assist me too.
Would you leave us a copy of your speaking notes?
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Yes,
Sorry, I
yes.
thought you meant your photos.
No.
Thank
Give that-
you.
give that if you
Yeah,
can
I
to
just couldn't
us,
scribble
Alison.
down all those figures fast enough. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman of the rear, are you from the Trelissick Park Group? Well, in that case, we'll adjourn till your colleague arrives, since we're early, and we'll be ready to go as soon as you are.
Just coming at 10:30. So.
Well, in that case, we'll stop and have a cup of tea, and if you'd like one, you can get one out the back. So we'll adjourn with the idea that we'll restart at 20 to 11, or when the Trelissick Park Group is ready to go, whichever is the later. We will resume the hearing. We have the Trelissick Park Group. If you care to introduce yourselves and talk to us.
Thank you. Okay, I'm Anne Tuffin and I'm the current chair of the Trelissick Park Group. Peter Reimann on my right was the chair until just very recently, and so he actually wrote the submission that you have in front of you.
Yep.
But I will speak today. And I'm sure Peter will be able to answer any questions that you might have as well. Just as a matter of very quick overview, Trelissick Park, for those of you who might not know, is the bottom part of the Kaifara stream catchment. And as such, it receives all the water, all the stormwater from all the suburbs that feed into that catchment. And if any of you have been walking in the park during a rain event, any rain event, all of that stormwater from hard surfaces finds its way as a torrent into that stream, and it's causing havoc with its banks now. It's eroding at a remarkable rate. So that's us. We're a group of community people that are helping the City Council achieve its management plan for the park. So we do planting and trapping and weeding and track work and help out wherever we can. Okay, so with Peter's original submission, there were two parts to his submission. One was on the Heki Reserve. And he says that our original submission on the 11th of September 2022 requested that the Heki Reserve be included as an SNA. But further to page 81 of the section 42A report, we discover that the reserve is actually covered by the SNA map adjoining railway land. So our comments are no longer applicable there.
Or another way to put it is that you've got your relief, although so that we don't need to worry. We don't need you're not asking for any additional relief in that regard.
No, we're not asking for any additional relief. No.
Okay, all good.
Thank you. And the other aspect that we were focusing on was infill housing and multi-unit subdivisions and the subsequent removal of tree cover. We have real concerns about the insidious removal of tree cover due to infill housing and multi-unit subdivision for the following reasons. One, and this is probably the one that's going to affect the park the most, is stormwater hydraulic neutrality. As you know, trees soak up a large amount of water, and so anything that slows water down is incredibly important in this plan. Although it is usually a requirement of the resource consent, full compliance is unlikely when houses or units are jammed up against each other without trees or where there's not very much room between them. The leaves of trees, the roots, the mulch below significantly slow stormwater runoff. Stormwater from the huge catchment of the Kaifara and Korimako streams, stretching from Karori to Kandala, all runs through Trelissick Park. In heavy rain, the streams become raging torrents, causing flooding and carrying away stream banks. We really recommend that there be a requirement to replace any trees removed as an infill resource consent requirement. And how?
That's in addition to our written submission.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Peter. And then the other part about infill housing and multi-unit subdivisions is not so much the physical side, but the social, emotional, spiritual side, I guess. Wellington suburbs are unique in having houses nestling in amongst native bush. Bird life has flourished in recent years due to the halo effect of Zealandia. Trees harbour other life, and as Peter says, they're a balm of the soul. So we do have a choice. We have the choice between that vision of a green city that is a balm to our souls, or development and the economic or money value of that. If infill housing and multi-unit development continue, we can foresee yet another sterile city crammed with houses and nothing much else. It has happened elsewhere. We've all seen it in other cities and towns. So as Peter said, the additional request is that you consider the idea of making it a resource consent requirement to replace any trees that might be removed in development of infill housing and subdivisions. Thank you very much for listening to our submission. And do you have any questions?
I was listening, thinking as you were talking that one of the problems that we have to address is that we've got multiple governing instructions that we have to give effect to. And one of those instructions comes from the National Policy Statement for Urban Development that directs that we provide for infill, and the council's decisions in February, March of this year provided a greater level of high density development through the Crofton Downs, Nio, and then into Candala of interest to you. So they're already in the kitty, so to speak, and are beyond change. But what is potentially an issue is removal of bush. But even so, there's a counterpoint about, because we've got this national direction to provide for intensification that we have to give effect to. There's a very real question about the extent to which the rules in the eco chapter can prevail over the countervailing drive for intensification. Now, that's not a question, that's an observation for your benefit. That's something that we're wrestling with, but your comments have fed into that debate. But I'll now ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Commissioner Dash?
No, nothing specific. I'm a Wellingtonian as well, and very familiar with the work of your group.
It's what makes Wellington a unique city, I think, having all these houses nestling in amongst the trees. There's not many cities like that.
Yeah, no, and you know, as a very young planner back in the late 80s, I seem to recall what the Kai Forest stream was like at that time, and now where we are in 2024, just looking at the regeneration that there has been in that particular catchment, on the back of, largely on the back of your work, your group's work. I seem to remember Francis Lee being a real torchbearer for doing good things in that particular catchment. So look, your overall points are very well made, so thank you for those. But I also, you know, just like to acknowledge the work that a voluntary organisation such as yours has actually done for the catchment itself and for wider Wellington. So
yes, I should echo that. My own experiences from walking my dog dozens of times, going in at the lower end, walking past the magazine, up the stream side track. It's beautiful, and you've done a brilliant job.
So can I just make a comment about the idea of replacing trees? They don't have to be on the property. It's the catchment that we are concerned about, and there's a lot of reserve land that the city owns on the corners of streets and along streets that would be ripe for planting.
Yeah, sort of offset. And the other thing that we didn't mention, but things like green walls, roofs. If the houses do need to be sort of jammed up fairly close, that is one possibility of having a green wall roof type of thing.
Yeah, that was going to be my question was, when we have this infill and you want to, they should replace trees, often there's not enough room on the site. So that's come before us earlier from other submitters too, is the ability to offset or plant somewhere else, possibly on a council reserve or, other areas that are, actively working in that space.
That's right. It's
Yeah.
anything to slow the water down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there are other initiatives that sort of come through the design guides too for sort of those sorts of green wall type initiatives, things like that. So obviously they're not a rule, but there are a lot of opportunities for people to look outside the square. Yeah. Thank
Any
you.
other?
No questions from me. Thank you very much. Just to reiterate the thanks that's already been made to you for the work you're doing and contributing to the Indigenous biodiversity of the city. Thank you.
Sorry, I've just got one more.
Oh, yes.
Where's the Hickey Reserve? Off Hickey Street, presumably. I've not heard of it specifically before.
Hickey Street, I don't know if you know Hickey Street, down to the railway line. And it's, I'm not quite sure what area it is, but it's just a little reserve and it's in really good condition, really. Botanically, there's not a lot of weeds there and it's really pleasant area.
No, well, thank you for
Some
that.
tracks that go through. Yeah.
Thank you both for your time, and we'll have a brief adjournment and await Ms. Weeber's arrival. Thank you very much. And you have the floor.
Oh, could you repeat that? That was a bit,
We're waiting to hear what you've got to tell us.
okay, that's cool. Uh, okay. Let's put that. Okay. As you know, I'm Yvonne Weeber, Chair of Guardians of the Bays. This is partly a chairperson's submission, but also from personal information. And one of the things that I can bring to here is that in 1986, I did a total survey with Janice Freegard around Wellington Harbour and the southern coastline, looking at everything from Ofero Bay all the way down around to Fitzroy Bay. And it included survey work of all the dunes. It was basically from the road to the coast was what we were looking at. So perspective of what has changed and the fact a lot of modification was occurring on the coastline at that time. And in the past 30 plus years, there's been quite a lot of restoration done in that area. Our Guardians of the Bays submission basically supports the significant natural areas. I'm glad I'm not on the panel. It sounds very confusing in relationship to what is and what is not in, and how things happen with the regional council and with different things that the government's doing. But we do support them, and especially in the Lyell Bay Moa Point area and the Moa Point Beach area. So we support the inclusion of WC 153. This is a Strathmore coastal shrublands and Schedule 8 and significant natural areas, and WC 154 Moa Point coastal platform, and the two that seem to be debated, WC 175 Moa Point gravel dunes and WC 176 Lyell Bay dunes. In previous submissions, previous hearings, I thought we'd come with Wellington International Airport Limited an agreement in relationship to what Mr. Searle called a Moa Point seawall area, but that appears to be wanting to be increased by Joe Lester's evidence. I have to say that we don't support that, and it's probably problematic in relationship to the reasons that they might be wanting to do that. Yes, there is erosion occurring, but is that erosion occurring on the seawall, or is it occurring on the the fill that has occurred in there in the past? And will a seawall or whatever works the airport want to do in it make it better or worse? And the inclusion of an area on the coast towards in front of the 3 or 4 houses is quite a concern. As one local resident said to me, which I haven't put in the evidence, he said it seems like we'll have not taken into account the effect of the planned seawall construction and the severe erosion that's already taking place on the Moa Point beach. And it seems to be adding insult to injury by yet again treating the reserve of Moa Point as still a semi-industrial zone. So we don't really want that. We'd like to have it actually not be seen as a construction site or a temporary construction site. So yeah, happy for them to look at what they're going to do with the coastline, but yeah, the reasons for what they wanted to do is a bit odd. So we don't agree with that. The Lyell Bay significant natural area. I've got some photos of that, but anyway, I'll just talk and then I'll show my photos. I think it's the best way to do it. It's clear that the majority of the coastline and vegetation has been modified. The work that I did in 1986, there was really only penile hanging on by the skin of its teeth at either end of the bay. And primarily it was because of just past works, roads being put on top of sand dunes, and the fact that the seawalls got put up, and the seawall that got put up, which is a concrete block one between Onupu Road and sort of the industrial area at the time, basically the council would get very large bulldozers and move sand around and even take sand away. There was no consideration of putting vegetation in there to hold it at any time at that stage. So yeah, severely modified dune formation, and so the dunes that you've got there have all been planted in Lowell Bay. So but they're hanging on and they're doing really well. They're doing really well in areas that don't have, and they're not eroding in areas, it's the areas that have stormwater drainage going out that they often have troubles with, and I suspect that is probably the main reason you've got that extreme erosion at the corner of by the airport. We don't agree with removing the bit that's eroding because, bizarrely enough, this is appears to be the area that penguins seem to like breeding in for some unknown reason. But that's up to penguins to know what to do, and they burrow into the actual banks and also seem to sort of frequent the area in a different way to most of us. So unfortunately, they do get killed by dogs, but yeah, that's a control mechanism. With the Mile Point Beach area, I actually couldn't see the maps that Dr. Anderson was showing in his oral evidence. It was really hard to see, but I believe they were similar to what he had in his evidence. Just for in vegetation terms, there's definitely a penile plant in the area, even the area that Dr. Anderson wishes to retain, and there was also a couple of nio trees in the area that he wants to retain as well. So yeah, there's definitely plants that he wants removed that are actually in the significant actual area, and I'm a bit confused as to why he wants to change the Muhlenbeckia from complexa to something else. So that is an issue as well. There's definitely banded dotterel, and you have heard quite a lot about banded dotterels. And I've found out a lot about banded dotterels in less than a week by the people that do the mainland island restoration operation in Eastbourne, and they come over every couple of weeks and do a survey. And it was kind of interesting because they have now, they're now aware that they need to register on the different iNaturalist websites and others, their recordings of what they see. So just recently they've seen 2 pairs of banded dotterels in the airport land and frequenting that area of rubble and Muhlenbeckia that is that Dr. Anderson doesn't seem to want to have in the significant natural areas. The Mero people do band birds, and there is definitely 1, if not 2, banded birds from the Eastbourne area. So they're moving from Eastbourne to the airport, and other things come in and frequent the area as well. I think there was questions about what listening to evidence of what banded dotterels might eat, and some of the things to be aware of is they eat sandhoppers, which are on the beach, and also potentially the Muhlenbeckia berries and other things that frequent those plants, which will have a lot of little insects buzzing around them when they're in flower and in berry. So it's clear that banded dotterels do frequent the airport and probably breed on there. Very good area because it doesn't have any dogs. So and humans don't tend to walk around there as well. So yeah, hopefully the banded dotterel does not cause bird strike for the airport. Small little bird it is. And penguins definitely do nest and burrow in the area that Dr. Anderson seemed to want to get rid of in that Mile Point Beach area. So in fact, to the point where I have heard that predatory Wellington had put penguin boxes in, but the penguins decided to burrow near them rather than actually use the boxes. So kind of interesting. There's definitely quite a lot of penguins there. And that's about it. I'll show you some photos, but just in relationship to the 1986 survey that we did, and the fact that most of this land, both the Mile Point land and Lyall Bay, have had large changes, but also all of the southern coast has had large changes. And one of the biggest things that has enhanced and created the restoration in the area is actually the removal of cars. And in 1986, cars basically moved everywhere along the coastline. They went over dunes, over gravel beaches. They were just everywhere. There were tracks and all the rest of it there. So the restricting of cars with fences, bollards, large rocks, rock walls and things like that have actually increased the restoration of the area significantly, of the whole of the southern coastline. And so this modification that you might be considering in relationship to landfill, you know, and clean fill and things like that, it's also this constant modification of the coastline with other things, and one of them is actually restricting probably human use on the coastline. Actually enhances the area. So I'll just try and share. I'm not sure how I do this. Okay, just okay. Yeah. Can you see the slides?
Not yet, but we have paper copies. You could talk us through.
Okay. Okay, that's all right. It's just what happens when I ask it to go into full screen mode. Okay, well, if you have the paper copies, I was just trying to show that the Joe Lester's two things of the Mile Point seawall area, which was I hopefully confirmed with, but now the second slide shows the area that that Joe Lester's suggesting that it is extended to, but actually that will be in front of houses. The slide in front of Spruce Goose basically shows the different things that seem to frequent that part, and it's penguins, and even they burrow into the banks, and even had ryebills, and I would have to say that was definitely fleeting, ryebills coming into the Lyall Bay area in that particular space. There's photos of that Michelle Willem did in 2022-23 breeding of the banded dotterels, and got 3 other slides of
before you go on,
yeah.
Can you tell us where exactly those photos were taken?
The breeding banded dotterels are definitely on the airport land and on the seawall that they've got there. So yeah, I think that there's been quite a few changes in that area with the vegetation and just the southerly storms and things like that, and whether yeah, the vegetation seems to have changed a bit in that area.
Well, let's go to the next one, which is of vegetation.
Yeah, the vegetation. There is one plant at least of Pinel, and in the area, even in the area that Dr. Anderson seems to want to keep. So it's probably just naturally occurring there. and coming in from different other places and things like that. And when I did the survey in 1986, there was a number of bays that just had 1 or 2 plants that were coping and going there. I think of interest, naturally there probably would have been more potentially spinifex in this bay in the past, but anyway. There's definitely Nio could have been planted, I suspect. And that's right up next to the brick walls and things like that that are part of that area. And I'm pretty sure this is Muehlenbeckia complexa, not what Dr. Anderson was talking about. But you might want to get a trained botanist to have a look at it, an expert botanist.
So go back to the Nio.
Yeah.
How far along the beach was that? Because we went down to have a look.
Yeah.
They've
done quite a bit of these 2 that I took photos of were not in the area that Dr. Anderson said, but there was one that had been cut back quite severely by, I think, the road crews, and it was sprouting again, and that was in Dr. Anderson's area. So they are by the edge of the road. There's no doubt about that.
When you say that it's within Dr. Anderson's area, do you mean the area that he wants to retain as an SNR?
Yeah, the area he wants to retain. And the Pinau is also in that area as well. And it's actually present in the photos he took in his, the Pinau is actually present in the photos he took and are in his evidence as well. So.
Okay, well, I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Mr. Birch, you want to go first?
I just had one clarification. I went back to Miss Lester's evidence. I mean, you're saying that Miss Lester wants to increase the area of SNA.
No, it's not that. Not. She doesn't want. It's the area that's this odd thing we've called.
Yeah, so she's indicating that could be a temporary area, but it's the way you've worded it is you're saying that it's an extension of the SNA. So I just wanted clarification.
I think it's the extension of the seawall area.
Yeah.
Seawall area. I'm sorry if I've written that wrongly. So
no, that's okay. Just clarify.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
That was all I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Pamara, any questions?
Thank you very much for your submission. I think you've covered the questions I had, which were mostly in relation to the photos and just trying to establish exactly where they were taken and when they were taken. So just to confirm again, none of these photos that you've provided us were taken within the area that's now being proposed by Weil, by Dr. Anderson, to be excluded from the SNA. Is that correct?
The Pinau is definitely in the area that Dr. Anderson wanted to be included in the SNA.
Included or excluded?
Included.
Got it.
Right, okay. Yes.
So this is the Pinau is the very east of Mile Point Beach. It's in the it's sort of like light sandy gravelly area. I think that's potentially the natural beach that's been formed on top of the gravel in that area.
Thank you. And just to double check again, the photo of the banded dotterel that's within the Moore Point SNA, according to the photo. So that's that's not taken. Well, I think you said that those photos were taken on the airport side.
I think they're taken from the airport because I didn't take them myself. I'm pretty sure they're taken from the SNA over towards the airport area. Recent photos I've seen on one of the iNaturalist or one of the Facebook pages definitely shows banded dotterel on the area that is on the extreme west, which is right next to the airport. Yeah, I would have to say that they probably breed in the airport because they haven't got
Yes.
dogs
Yes, that's
roaming
right.
around.
Mm.
So if you fenced off an area like they're doing in Eastbourne, so you didn't have dogs, I'm sure the banded dotterel would move into the SNA area.
Thank you. And just one last question in relation to that. The surveys you mentioned, some of which I think you've been involved in over the years, and particularly more recent ones that you may be aware of, are you able to confirm whether the banded dotterel has been sighted within the proposed Moore Point SNA area for foraging purposes or any other reason?
I think you'd have to look at what's in iNaturalist.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm not an expert in that. I know more about plants than I do about birds.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dash?
Thank you, Ms. Weeber. Obviously, our lines of inquiry about the SNA and whether bits should be in and out at all. But the airport, in terms of Ms. Lester's evidence, is outlining the big picture reasons why they feel that this is necessary. And regardless of SNAs or not, if they wish to proceed, there's a pretty significant consent process ahead for them. Presume you've been you've had briefings from the airport, or there's been some sort of public participation, some form of consultation about their intentions prior to proceeding to any statutory process?
Yeah, they have done two lots of public consultation could be about a year ago or less than a year ago. Unfortunately, I was unable to go to one and I got sick from the other. But they've recently done a really good presentation to Strathmore Park Residents Association, which I attended, and they had engineering experts talking about what they were going to be doing in relationship to the southern seawall, because it's the one that they're going to tackle first. I do know that they have put forward the southern seawall for fast track purposes. So whether, how that works from now on, I'm not sure. I'm also aware that they're talking to the surf riders in relationship to wave breaks and things like that. Not that there's any breaks that you readily see surfers on for the southern seawall. So, yeah.
I guess the key point is that regardless of what happens with this hearing, and if they want to proceed, there will be significant ecological assessments required by the airport, regardless of whether something is an SNA or not, and potentially looking at potential mitigation options as well.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and I mean the thing is, the banded dotterel, little bird it is, is chosen a very difficult place to breed. One could have to say.
Yes, well, certainly when we were there on Tuesday, it was a very strong northerly, and it was fine, but the overwhelming impression was not necessarily the beach, which was it was the level of noise that it was coming from the airport itself.
Yeah,
so
yeah. The banded dotterel just hunkers down, I think, and because by the sound of things from the iNaturalist and what was being talked, it's starting to breed now, basically. So yeah.
Yeah, and there were observations really close to the actual runway itself.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I think it's basically on that southern seawall is the area that they are, inhabiting, and then that they will definitely be using like Moore Point Beach and potentially Lowell Bay Beach as part of their areas to, forage and find food. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you very much, Ms. Weaver. I didn't have anything else, so appreciate your time once again.
Yep.
And,
And thank you. Thank you for all the good questions you asked during the hearing this week as well. So yeah, really appreciate it.
we roll on, so we'll bid you farewell.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
Thank
bye.
you. Mr. Kelly, I presume. Well, I think we've got your earlier submission, but we will having your 3-page presentation would be helpful, because it'll save us writing it down. Yeah, you're absolutely free to do that, but you just ease our process if we can follow you and interpolate as required. Thank you.
Usually a lawyer, but I'm thinking of
You know the one about lawyers who represent themselves, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, I hear that they have fools for clients, but I started this process as before I was a lawyer, and so I'm carrying through
Well, that's
the
okay
political
then.
momentum. So democratic legitimacy is part of what I would like to talk about. Obviously the idea, so the context is that I own 4.8 hectares of residential zoned land, which was in the order of half of it was marked as SNAs in the proposed SNAs. And we then went through the glorious process in 2022, where there were a couple of votes taken on changing the SNA rules, and the final one was the vote proposed by the Mayor, which removed all the SNAs from residential areas. And so to some extent, this submission is perhaps boxing its shadows in that I'm addressing the possibility that you either reinstate SNAs in residential areas and what the rule should be if that's the case. But there are also what I see as backdoor proposals to introduce the effective SNAs, and that's where the democratic legitimacy comes in particular. So the context for my 4.8 hectares of land is about 1 kilometre from Koori Mall. I had a lamb born last week, and I've got another couple of lambs bouncing around, and I've previously had donkeys grazing it, and donkeys, it turns out, eat pest species such as Darwin's barberry and gorse, which is very handy. So I did not know until this week that the Section 42A report proposed changing the permitted baseline so that previously there were no specific rules in the Wellington City Council District Plan that prevented vegetation clearance, and proposed changing the permitted baseline in the residential area so that removing more than 100 square metres of vegetation would be a controlled activity. That's from the point of view of somebody who has 47,000 square metres of land and manages it with a weed eater in a backyard sort of way, that's a fairly enormous change, and I hope you can appreciate quite late in the process. I mean, I've been engaged in this district plan process since the start of it. I've submitted on each stage of it. When there has been, particularly out in the hut, as you know, SNAs have been very controversial, also on the West Coast. Essentially, the rule that is proposed by the Section 42A report would reintroduce SNAs for all practical purposes. It's just that they would lack the conceptual clarity of SNAs because they would not be anchored to a point in time, and so they would have perverse effects. And the Forest and Bird legal proposal would have the same effect. anyway, I'll get to that at the end of my submissions. That's the broad context. So starting with the scenario that you conclude that there's just no basis for deleting the SNAs on residential zone land. So in that case, if you look at the second page of my submissions here, you'll see a very blurry map, which is from page 5 of the property economics report, which you have as one of your materials for this scheme. And that is, as far as I know, the only thing in the public domain which shows what the council sort of thinking in the shadow world where you were to reintroduce SNAs in a residential area. And as you can see, that is I've given you all of the quality that we, the public, have access to there to understand what the council would be contemplating in that case. So turning to point 4 there, Councillor Matthews proposed an amendment at that 23 June 2022 meeting, and it was passed, and I think it has been given effect to, but its SNA aspect was largely stomped upon by the Mayor's amendment after that. And so I wanted to make sure that it was drawn to your attention and to officers' attention that if essentially the Mayor's amendment is thrown out, then lying underneath it should be the substratum of Councillor Matthews' past amendment, which amongst other things increases the radius around buildings for SNAs and also changes some uses of avoid to minimise. So you have the electronic version of this presentation. Sorry, how do I actually go up the page? That one maybe. So you have the electronic version of this presentation. I'm sure you have the minutes of that meeting, and these are all public records, so there's nothing occult about any of that. It's just reminding you that that process did occur and that if the Mayor's amendment goes away, then you should give consideration to Councillor Matthews' amendment, which was passed. I surmise, turning to the second, so that was the first point that was raised in my written submission. Second point that was raised in my written submission is probably of no great moment to you, and I see that it's sort of regarded as non-controversial in the officer's report. So that is, there's a specific patch of my land which was previously marked as SNA. If the SNA were to reappear on my land, then my submission is that that particular piece of land should be excluded. The reason that I don't think that I should need to submit expert evidence on that is that earlier correspondence with the council has clarified that it's not that there's anything about that roughly 1,000 square metres of land that has any ecological significance. It's just that the view of wildlands is that having a non-SNA area within the SNA area would be at risk of fragmenting the SNA area. And my submission to you is that given that we're talking about 1,000 square metres of residential zoned land, and that is in the order of 2 typical size sections, it would be inappropriate to apply that to essentially delegate to wildlands the decision as to what the boundaries of an overlay are, when the purpose of the residential zone land is to actually allow residential housing to be built. So I think there's no doubt, there's no argument about the ecological benefit of this patch of land, or sorry, the ecological attributes of this patch of land. I did get wildlands to come as part of the SNA reality check process when council ran that. And so I have walked around this land with them. So I think we're agreed that this is basically just a mown meadow. The question is whether or not it's appropriate to include a mown meadow in an SNA because it's surrounded by mahui and other things which would otherwise meet SNA criteria. So I don't propose to say anything more about that unless you have any questions about that.
So you keep rolling on with Kelly, that's fine.
Very good. So that then gets me more into the detail of the, so I see the Forest and Bird legal submission, which is that every time SNAs are mentioned in objectives, policies or rules, the words "or an area meeting the criteria for significance in policy 23 of the Wellington Regional Policy Statement" be added. So I wanted to talk about that first, and I've included here a link to the Wellington Regional Council Policy 23 criteria interpretation document. You're probably familiar with it, but I mean, really all we need to know about it is that basically it means that you pay someone like Wildlands to come and do a detailed assessment. There are important economic and incentive matters built into the planned SNA regime, and in particular the idea that the ecological values are set at a certain date, and that way people do not have an incentive to degrade the ecological values after that date because they are snapshotted, and people are not disincentivized from improving the ecological values on the basis that if they do that, their property rights will be confiscated later. So both the Forest and Bird proposal and the proposal in the Section 42A report would have that effect of incentivizing degrading areas which currently have significant environmental value and discouraging increasing environmental value. And as the original submitters expressed at great length, landowners, reasonably enough, I think, find it offensive that essentially they are being told that they won't look after their own land unless they're forced to. And then a set of economic incentives are overlaid on that, which essentially mean that they're incentivized to degrade their own land. So for example, on my land, if I ignore it, then it will be overtaken by wilding pine. If it is overtaken by wilding pine, all of the mahoe and other valuable indigenous vegetation will be shaded out. And if this process is rerun every 25 years, in due course, there'll be no ecologically significant vegetation on my land because eventually it will be shaded out by the wilding pine. Now, obviously your policies proposed policies, everyone agrees that plantation forestry should be avoided, but you actually need landowners to proactively be incentivized to maintain the ecological value of their land. And so the snapshot approach, which is what was originally proposed for SNAs, does solve that problem neatly, but the approach proposed in the Section 42A report or the approach proposed in the Forest and Bird legal submissions would have that perverse effect of encouraging people to clear before the rules come into effect and then degrade afterwards. And so I think that would be a real pity. And I also think that there are issues both of democratic legitimacy and and also economic effect and the extent to which these things have been properly considered as part of the process. If essentially the measure in the Section 42A report would largely have the effect of reintroducing SNAs sort of by the back door, then it will have substantially the same economic effects. It will have all of the negative economic effects that are set out in the reports that you have with respect to SNAs, but it will also have the very real economic effects that will be constrained by the availability of ecologists, because people will need to do a lot more ecological assessments. And the permitted baseline for people like me changes dramatically. So the permitted baseline for me at the moment is that if I were to submit a subdivision proposal, then vegetation clearance could go along with that subdivision proposal, which would comply with Wellington Regional Council plans. And I think, if I recall correctly, I think that's in the order of a hectare. The permitted baseline on 47,000 square metres, obviously being allowed up to 100 square metres of vegetation clearance as a permitted baseline is obviously very, very different. And again, I would say it's very late in the process for this idea to pop up in a Section 42A report And the Section 42A report essentially says that properties like mine don't exist. I note. I mean, it says that there's a 3,000 square metre cutoff for where the tree rule applies, and it says, well, obviously there wouldn't be any more than 3,000 square metre properties where we'd be worried about trees in the residential zone. And I appreciate that I'm a corner case, but it would be nice to be a corner case that was allowed to continue to exist and graze my sheep and operate my weed eater, because it does, the nature of things is that my fellow paddocks do regenerate rapidly with mahui, and I'm adjacent to Wilton Bush. Whatever comes out of the back of pigeons does regenerate rapidly, and I mow it cheerfully with my weed eater, and that's fine. But 100 square meters is not very much in this context. Yeah, so I think those are my key points. Yeah, so I guess my appeal to the idealistic part of you is to ask you to confront the political cost of what you're proposing to do in front of property rights, and yeah, be honest with the public about that. I think people will be legitimately cross if SNAs were defeated and now essentially SNAs are being reimposed by the back door through this 100 square metre rule. I don't think that will go down well, and I think that we will again see a diminishment in the legitimacy of these planning processes if that's the approach that is taken.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Two thoughts or two streams of thought to discuss with you.
Mm-hmm.
The first, before I forget, your comment that people would find offensive the idea that they won't look after bush unless they're forced to do it, forced to protect it. There is an Environment Court decision about SNAs in New Plymouth where the judge said that that particular line of reasoning was illogical because if, and I'm paraphrasing from memory, but it's thereabouts. The judge's reasoning was that if you don't have a problem, like if philosophically you support protection of the or support the existence of the biodiversity, you shouldn't have a problem with the district plan identifying that biodiversity and having rules around it, because in effect the rules are merely echoing what you say you were going to do anyway.
Yeah, so shall I respond to that now?
Absolutely, that's the first question.
So yeah, and I think this is sort of the central planner's fallacy, that the rules would be the same as what you would do anyway, and that is, if you zoom out far enough, that might seem right. But in the case, if you consider my wilding pine, so some of the pine trees that I would like to remove from my land have a diameter of well over 1 metre. I have a wood burner. I would like to be able to I'd like to be able to cut down those pine trees, cut up the wood, take it down, split it, and stick it in my wood burner. That involves me and my quad bike and my trailer getting to where those trees is. That may well involve me cutting a new narrow track, and the currently proposed rules for SNAs do not allow the establishment of new narrow tracks for such purposes. And particularly if the tree's blown over by wind anyway, it wouldn't be subject to the exceptions of I'm doing it to maintain the SNA. But you see what I mean, that that the discretion should be afforded to the landowner to manage their land in an appropriate way. And the rules, and it's not true to say that the rules are the same as what the landowner would do anyway. And I think that's a good practical example. So there's argument in the Section 42A report about boundary fencing and all of these sorts of things. Now, as a landowner, you want to follow contours, you want fences in places which are not on boundaries. And for example, I have built fences around some of my southerly slopes because they are no good for my sheep and they are nice patches of bush. And so I fence them off to protect them from the sheep. my incentives will not be to do that. If they are an SNA, it would be better from my point of view if the sheep destroyed the understory, and eventually, if a resource consent goes through, they would there would then be less in the way of ecological value to be compensated for.
And the second point about the legitimacy of a general rule about clearing bush outside SNAs.
Mm-hmm.
The
So
genesis.
clearly there is a regional council rule already, which is fine.
Yes, but putting that aside, because it'll operate in parallel with what's in the district plan, whatever we do.
Mm-hmm.
So we just take that as a given. But the genesis of that proposal and the reason why it's appeared for the first time in Mr. McCutcheon's 42A report is that in the interim, central government has parachuted in the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, and we have a legal obligation to give effect to that document from its gazettal, which was mid to late 2023. Notwithstanding the process had started, which on the face of it is contrary to, well, is essentially retrospective, because the normal rule in the Legislation Act is you start a process under one set of legal principles, you finish it under that set of legal principles. But this is an exception, because the Act says specifically we must give effect to it from its gazettal, according to what it says, and it says give effect to it as soon as practicable.
So if I need to amend my submission there slightly on that basis, then
Yeah, well, yeah. And so I'm giving you your opportunity to respond. And so I'm not saying what you've told us is set in stone. It's not come from Mount Sinai. So I'm interested in what you would say, because we are in this conundrum. We've got lots of people presenting a similar message to the one you've put in different ways with different perspectives, but essentially the same message. Mm-hmm. And we're on this side of the table, we're thinking, well, we've got these legal obligations. How do we navigate our way through this legal obligation to give effect to this document? And that's effectively the conundrum that Mr. McCutcheon was in, because he's advising us as to what our legal obligations are and how we need to meet them. So the floor is yours. Tell us the answer.
Well, I can come up with a narrow answer that suits me and my property interests, and that narrow answer is to say that biodiversity is of the same value whether it's in the residential zone or the rural zone. Essentially, the current split between 3,000 square metres and 100 square metres is just based on an assumption that residential sections are little and rural sections are large. And so that sort of basically works on a rough rule of thumb. It would be more logical as a matter of policy, given the interaction with the trees rule, which Mr. McCutcheon talks about, to essentially deem any residential section over 3,000 square metres to be covered by the rural rule, because that would then align better. So, I mean, I just think it's inapposite to use a 100 square metre rule on a 48,000 square metre section. And there is a good policy rationale for having that other criterion. And there are lots of contexts, like, for example, wood burner emission rules and lots of other contexts in which there are specific size constraints, but there are specific size thresholds for sections.
And you were talking too fast and I didn't write that down. What was the trigger you were suggesting? Any residential section over
3,000 square metres, and the rationale for that is that Mr. McCutcheon talks in his report about the rule the point at which you are not allowed to impose restrictions on trees, and that rule is based on a 3,000 square metre threshold. So essentially, you would deem over any residential section over 3,000 square meters would be deemed over into the rural rule for the purpose of vegetation clearance.
And I was thinking,
Alternatively, you could just think of it in percentage terms. And I mean, again, the principle is that biodiversity is of the same value, whether in residential areas or rural areas. And so if the concern is affecting more than a certain proportion of a property, then you could express it in percentage terms. If
you're going to give us a percentage?
I can understand why you would want to have a floor. I mean, my property is in Old Money 12 acres. My neighbour's property in Old Money is 1,200 acres and does have SNAs on it. Whatever the SNA percentages of the neighbouring property, which is Otari Farm, might be an appropriate threshold. I don't have that number in my head. But I can understand why you would want to have a minimum in the 3,000 square metre. Why you'd want to have a limit separately from the percentage and the 3,000 square metre. Sorry, do I have that right? What is the proposed vegetation clearance rule in the rural area at the moment? Okay, so yes, the 3,000 square metre floor seems appropriate.
Yes, so for instance, we heard yesterday from one of the owners of Terra Feti Station, which is 4,800 hectares. So obviously a percentage might not work too well. You flatten everything in sight. But I understand what you're saying. Effectively, it's a percentage or the floor, whichever is the lower.
Yep, but I mean that's a second proposition. My first proposition was simply that including large residential sections in the residential rule when those sections are above 3,000 square meters and therefore the tree rule doesn't apply, creates a mismatch with what the rule is designed to address anyway. So the primary submission is that it would be appropriate to treat residential sections over 3,000 square meters as if there are rural sections for the purposes of this policy.
Okay, I understand the point. Mr. Dash, do you have any additional questions for Mr. Kelly?
Just looking at the aerial photograph of your property, you talked about the wildling pines. So in the sort of the middle of the site, that is where the existing pine trees are. Middle left, if you like, and a reasonably large patch of pines, is that right?
Yeah, there's probably about an acre of, so those are not wilding pines, those were planted by my predecessors. But you will also see the shadows of various other pine trees through the site. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with the top of Johnson Hill, but if you stand on the top of Johnson Hill, between the top of Johnson Hill and my boundary, there are a bunch of pine trees on council land. And then there are progressively a bunch of small wilding pines scattered across my land, which at the moment I cut down whenever I find them, because I usually walk around carrying a small chainsaw. My point is that my incentives will be not to do so on this sort of regime.
And the cleared land, presumably, which is where you graze your sheep, is on the right-hand side. It's a different colour on the aerial, presumably right-hand upper.
Sorry, I don't have a good aerial photo in these slides, but I think that it must have been a period of time where I hadn't. This. Right. Yep. So yeah, yes, the grazed area. I mean, essentially, if you were particularly curious, you could just basically look back at the old SNA boundaries before SNAs were deleted from residential zones, and you'll then see what the grazed area is, because that is marked as non-SNA, with the exception of this particular patch, which I gave you the submission about, the 1,000 square meters or so that I indicated should be excluded. Apart from that, my fence lines are the boundaries of the SNA according to Wildlands.
Okay. Has there ever been a scheme plan of subdivision for residential development on the site, or is that a future process?
What does a scheme plan mean in this context?
Or just a subdivision plan? A resource consent for subdividing the property down to smaller lots?
There has not been there hasn't been a resource consent issued. It certainly is something that has been considered, and I've engaged with council about that. Their land has an average 1 in 3 slope. So like many such properties, it's a trade-off of the cost between engineering and land prices.
Indeed. And if it was to be developed, the primary access would be off Parkvale, would it?
Yes, that's true. The council owns a quarter share of the access road off David Crescent, and it is not fire engine friendly.
Yes, well, as part of a previous hearing stream, we had the opportunity to look at the property right at the end and to the left. There was a rezoning proposal.
Ah, okay, I didn't realise that was used, but
which is in proximity but not directly abutting your property. So we are reasonably familiar with the layout of that particular area because as a result of that submission. But I think the points you've made have reinforced other points which have been made by others as well. And what it really does to me anyway is crystallise how complex this issue actually is. And particularly when we've got, as the chair said, a very directive national policy statement on Indigenous biodiversity, which directs certain outcomes. But thank you for the time and effort that you put in.
Sorry, I'm just flicking through because the commissioner has reminded me that we went up there and I took photos from where just below the access to the Skyline track. That's probably in a second going to show me part of your property. Yes, it does.
I expect so. So was the property that was proposed for rezoning the one which is currently belted by an SNA?
At the end of the Parkvale Road proper, where it winds left into the farm, it's in that gully there.
There's three residential properties on that land. It's also the access to the two properties.
I understand what
the two isolated properties which sit on the knoll. So they're
one where is it 5-3?
Yes, yeah, that's I can.
So there was a lapsed resource consent for that land to put 5 dwellings up that slope.
Yes, that's a piece of land, and the submission that was made was to rezone part of that land from rural to medium density residential.
No, I was unaware of that proposal. I was engaged in the previous resource consent proposal there, so I was unaware of that proposal and would be significantly affected by it, as it is my view, which so as in that's what my house looks out over on. So I was accepted as being significantly impacted by that proposal during the previous subdivision process. So.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pomare, any questions for Mr. Kelly?
Nothing further from me, Mr. Kelly. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Birch?
So just to follow on from Commissioner Dash, so there's probably 2 things there with the other rural Parkvale property. One is to potentially rezone that to residential, but they would still need a consent to develop it. So that's potentially where you would be hooked back into that process. Yeah. So just a clarification there. No further questions from me. Just reiterate once again what Commissioner Dace said. It's a very complex environment that we're navigating, and your situation is another unique one that has been put in front of us. So we appreciate you coming and identifying it. Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Echo the Commissioner's point. We're grateful for your time and for your feedback. Just another curveball for us to ponder.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will adjourn until we can find the environmental reference group, whenever that may be. We will resume the hearing. Thank you. Representative of the Environmental Reference Group, you introduce yourself and then you have the floor.
Wonderful. Kia ora koutou. For George Curzon-Hobson Tokunga. My name is George. I'm from EIG as foreshadowed. Kia ora.
Go for it.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Well, kia ora koutou katoa, and I might just introduce myself properly. So, ko maunga kia te maunga turu nei taku nāko. Ko rau kawa te moane e mahe nei aku mā harahara. E tipo ake au ke tāmaki makaurau, e mihi ana e ngā toho o nehi o te whanganui a tāra e noho nei o. Ko Curzon-Hobson tōku whānau, ko George Curzon-Hobson tōku ingoa. Ko tēnei taku mihi ki ngā tāngata whenua o te rohi nei. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora. Well, so as I just said, good afternoon. My name is George Curzon-Hobson, and I am here on behalf of the Wellington City Council Environmental Reference Group. Now, by way of perhaps brief introduction to myself and then to ERG, I am the biodiversity portfolio lead for the group. But personally, I'm a fourth-year law student at Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, and I've been involved in environmental mahi since I was about 11 years old, ranging from practical conservation work right through to policy on a national level. The Wellington City Council Environmental Reference Group itself exists as an expert body to advise Wellington City Council on matters of environmental policy and specifically on the best ways to improve Wellingtonians' quality of life when it comes to the environment, but also socially, culturally and economically from an environmental lens. And the group is comprised of a diverse range of members from all sorts of different disciplines and backgrounds, and we provide input to council officers throughout the life cycle of projects, as well as engaging in formal consultation processes like this one today. Now, I intend to spend my time first making some brief introductory and more general comments, but then turning, perhaps unsurprisingly, to the issue of SNAs on residential zoned land. And I will endeavour to leave time for questions, but also please do feel free to interject throughout if you have them. And as you have them, I've spent much of this year competing in moot court competitions, and so the idea that I can make it to the end of a submission without interruptions is quite foreign to me. So questions are more than welcome. So turning first to those.
Well, the question might be whether you can get to the end of the first line.
I'm surprised to have made it this far. But while I'm on a roll, I'll turn to the introductory remarks and just say, I suppose, the thrust of the submission from the Environmental Reference Group is that it is far past the time for the pendulum to swing back towards environmental protection. So unquestionably, biodiversity, as I'm sure you will all know, is in serious trouble in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And the statistics make for dire reading, and indeed the Wellington City Council has declared both a climate and an ecological emergency, and it is against that context which we think the district plan needs to be viewed. But of course, Wellington is slightly unique because as a city, through enormous effort of, in particular, the community, we're doing better than most. We are a leader both in Aotearoa, New Zealand and in the world when it comes to biodiversity protection. And so in our view, we as a city deserve a district plan that supports, furthers and facilitates that position rather than undercutting it.
Well, while you're there, the position has been put to us is the converse, that we're doing just fine. The last thing we need to do is be strapped up by regulation and discourage all the people who have made this sort of leap forward happen.
And I suppose the way I view it is that we are currently on a trajectory towards a positive outcome. We're not there yet. We're doing better than most, but the baseline is not good. Our species are, and we've got 4,000 species threatened or at risk of extinction, and any read of any climate change report is quite concerning for what the next 50 to 100 years looks like. And so we're doing better than most, but we're not even close to there yet. And so the district plan has a role in continuing us on that trajectory. And if we stop now, we're really abdicating our duty, I think, to continue along that pathway towards a place where biodiversity is thriving alongside people, of course, and from a social and cultural and economic perspective as well.
Well, look, the contrary view that's been put to us is that regulation will cause a U-turn, because we heard this morning from someone who's got a nearly 5-hectare block in a residentially zoned bushland in Karori, who says, well, the bush is only thriving because he cuts down all the wilding pines that are coming off the council reserve above on Johnson's Hill.
Mm.
And if he stops that, the wilding pines will outcompete the bush, and the biodiversity values will degrade. And the unsubtle message is, why would he bother? If he's tied up in regulation, he does now because he wants to do it. If he's regulated, a sort of passive protection won't cut it. It needs active management in order to make it happen.
I suppose there are probably 2 points to make in response. The first is that our position is that SNAs on residentially zoned land should be identified. The next logical question is, well, how do we make sure the rules are such that it doesn't impose a kind of situation where it's impossible to do anything on your land? That's a different question, and it's an important question, and it's not one I intend to spend my time on today, but it's of course one that we think should be resolved as part of this process. And we've made some submissions to that effect in our written submission. The second, though, is I suppose my question back to that proposition is, well, why stop that work to control the wilding pines if there is an SNA in place to recognise the value of the biodiversity? So perhaps leave that one as a rhetorical, just to turn now, I think, if it's okay with you, to the Section 42A report, because as I said, it's our strong view that SNAs should be identified on residentially zoned land, and the Section 42A report, Mr. McCutcheon takes a different view. He traverses the relevant law, including the RMA and the MPSIB and the RPS, and comes to the conclusion at paragraph 201 that there is, in fact, an obligation on the council to identify these SNAs, and that both national and regional direction doesn't provide, in his words, an out from that. So far, so good. We agree with that position, but then goes on to recommend, nonetheless, that the SNAs are not identified, and that's where we depart with the Section 42A report. And that report identified 3 reasons why SNAs shouldn't be identified in this planning process. And I want to take those one by one and explain why we disagree and why we think those are not sufficient reasons to avoid identifying the SNAs. And those are, as I'm sure you'll be familiar, natural justice, the RMA Amendment Bill, and economic implications. So starting off with natural justice, if I might. As I understand it, that's really the crux of the reasoning in the report. It says that it would be unreasonable to expect affected landowners to have made a submission on the PDP because the issue for them had been dealt with conclusively at the time of notification as a result of Amendment 10B. And thus, identification should follow in a separate plan change. In our view, that doesn't quite stack up, because if the council has a legal obligation to do so, it should do so. In fact, it has to do so. And as far as I'm aware, there is no legal basis to say, well, general considerations of natural justice legitimise ignoring a statutory obligation. The Council's legal submissions note on this point that in the vast majority of cases, assertions of a lack of natural justice can be answered by reference to applying the principles developed by the courts in relation to scope. Now, here, the submission to identify residentially zoned SNAs is plainly within the scope. That point's acknowledged by the Council's legal submissions at paragraph 4.4 and powerfully argued by Forrest and Bird and their legal submissions at paragraph 45 as well. And just to explore that point in a little bit more detail, it was Justice Koch who said in the motor machinists case that to override the reasonable interests of people and communities by a submissional sidewind, where Justice Koch would not be robust, sustainable management of natural resources. And Justice William Young said in Clearwater that a submission will be out of scope where it advances a proposition that is out of left field. Clearly, the submission that SNAs should be identified on residential zoned land is not a submissional sidewind, nor is it out of left field. The Council's legal submissions do go on at paragraph 4.4 to say that despite the fact that this amendment sought is in scope, it may still be legitimate to consider issues of natural justice in the way Mr. McCutcheon suggests. We agree with Forrest and Bird that that submission is untenable for the reasons that they give paragraphs 45 to 46, but also just to expand the argument to its logical conclusion. If accepted, it would mean that a council can ignore its statutory obligations by deciding not to include them in the proposed district plan, and then saying it would be contrary to natural justice to change their mind later and in fact include them. And I admit that resource management law is often nebulous and I frequently personally find it quite confounding, but that cannot be right as a position of law. And I suppose just analogizing to the somewhat similar area of legitimate expectation, the courts have quite clearly said that if a public authority is promised to act in a particular procedural way, and it's in the interests of good administration, or it is in the interests of good administration, that it should do so unless that would be, or that would amount to interference with its statutory duty. And we say that that principle logically applies here as well. Now, turning to the second of Mr. McCutcheon's reasons, that was the Resource Management, Freshwater and Other Matters Amendment Bill. And he notes that any extension of SNAs would fall foul of the proposed section 78.5. I'll make 2 points in response, but the first is the most important, and that is that the bill is not the law. And he himself notes earlier in that report that until such time...
You don't need to push it.
Very good.
I can remember first at Muldoon. In fact, I can remember the events that gave rise to the litigation, whereas you probably weren't born then.
No, but I have read it.
I think the point here is that if the government follows through, it will be law before we have to make a decision, and we will be bound by its consequences. But you need a well-polished crystal ball to know what it's going to say,
and I think,
and when it's going to show up.
And I think the word "if" in your sentence does a lot of heavy lifting there, because we don't know. And for the moment,
the working assumption is that it's going to emerge in some form or other, and then we will apply it. And let's just say that it's speculation as to what it is, when it'll apply. But the one thing you can rely on is that we're not going to ignore it if it becomes law.
Very good. And that is precisely our position as well, with perhaps slightly more emphasis on the fact that it is not law at the moment and the NPSIB is. Now, the other point I wanted to make on the amendment bill is that in my reading, it only affects the obligation to identify SNAs under the NPSIB. In fact, proposed section 78.4 expressly preserves obligations arising under other parts of the RMA. And front of mind to me when reading that section was the RPS, which independently imposes a binding obligation by virtue of section 75 on Wellington City Council to identify these SNAs. And so there are various other legal mechanisms by which that obligation exists that are not directly restricted or stopped by the amendment bill itself.
But subsection 5 says if an SNA is identified post commencement, which is what we're talking about,
Yes.
then it can't be treated as an SNA. So the reason why you affect it is not going to, doesn't matter. It's if it's an SNA, it sort of sits in some hiatus, never world, alternative universe, whatever, and nothing happens.
Which seems to pose, I think, an interesting conflict between what the RPS requires and what the bill would enact, in that the RPS says you need to identify SNAs and the bill says SNAs won't be valid. Where does that leave the council? I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to be a, to use the word again, confounding position of the law. And I suppose my point is simply that there are other mechanisms other than the NPSIB by which the council is required to do what we're asking it to do.
Clearly correct. And I think that the forest and bird position, Mr. Anderson agreed with my my paraphrase of that pragmatically he agreed there's no point identifying if you can't implement them. And in fact, it may be worse than that. If you can't implement them, then the rules that Mr. McCutcheon has identified for Indigenous biodiversity outside SNAs wouldn't apply. So you'd be double down. You'd have Indigenous biodiversity that couldn't be protected, coming or going. You'd be in better shape, and I think this is why Forest and Bird took the stance they did. You'd be in better shape attacking the or tweaking the protection outside SNAs.
Although as a point of interest that's just come to mind while you're speaking, if the bill would prevent SNAs from being defined as SNAs, if they were identified now in the way that we suggest, would that actually prevent
the current words, and the current emphasis on current, whether they remain is another matter, is not be treated as SNAs. So you could identify them, but it would be to of no effect. And I think that Forest and Bird preferred a real enforceable obligation than a theoretical obligation that the statute, the bill, if enacted, would mean can't be enforced.
Well, I certainly understand that position as well.
You don't agree with it?
Our primary view remains that the right thing to do is to identify these SNAs as is the legal obligation on the council, and I struggle to see a way around that at the moment. However, that is predicated on the fact that the bill is not law yet. If/when that changes, there will necessarily have to be an assessment based on what it says. And so our position as it stands currently, as the legal environment stands currently, is, as I've identified, I will reserve the right to reconsider that were the bill to fundamentally alter the position. But at the moment, yes.
You'll have that chance. Our intention, if the bill is enacted before we are in a position to report to council, going to invite Mr. McCutcheon to make recommendations as to how, if any, whether and how that changes his recommendations, and then give submitters on the Eco chapter the opportunity to comment on that.
Very good. Well, I've inadvertently foreshadowed what I fully intend to do then.
Exactly. So, as I say, you will have that chance to tell us what you think of the enacted legislation when we know what we're dealing with.
Excellent. Well, I look forward to it. Just to round off this assessment of the three reasons provided, the last one was economic implications, and that was based on the conclusion of the report by David Norman that public benefits of residentially zoned SNAs are unlikely to outweigh the costs borne by individual residential landowners. And in our view, that is really just a non-starter for precisely the reason identified in the next paragraph of the report, which says loss of property value, whether actual or perceived, is not a valid reason preventing the inclusion of SNAs on residential land. And this is perhaps another point I don't need to push terribly hard, but it is Parliament who makes laws. In doing so, they consider the costs and they consider the benefits, and it is just not up to the local decision maker to then decide for itself whether the costs and the benefits suggest to it that it would be a sensible idea to abide or not abide by the law Parliament has legitimately enacted. And I do want to just wrap up by quarrelling somewhat with the premise of that economic analysis, because Mr. Norman, as I understand his research, and I freely acknowledge my lack of economic credentials, but as I understand it, determines whether SNAs are almost worth it by asking whether the dollar amount that Wellingtonians would be willing to pay for their benefits outweigh the costs that are imposed on Wellingtonians. And I have no doubt in the economic soundness of such an approach, but in my view, it somewhat misses the mark when we're talking about native species. Surely we have to look slightly beyond dollars and cents when it comes to assessing the value of SNAs from that perspective. And I say that because, in my view, we really have a moral obligation to take, I think, urgent steps to conserve the species plunged into decline by our own actions. And that obligation is not and should not be viewed as contingent on whether we can do so whilst balancing the checkbook. We can't neglect that duty because it doesn't make us as a society more well off. That's just a fundamentally perverse way of assessing SNAs, and it's illustrated by the quote from economist Herman E. Daly that the economy is a wholly owned subsidiary of the environment, not the other way around, or not the reverse. So to wrap up, we need to protect our environment for precisely those reasons, and identifying SNAs at this stage on residential land is, in our view, one small step in the right direction. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for your time, and were there any more questions? I'm very open to them.
One more. You said there are two questions. First, identify the SNA, and then decide how the rules are written. The conundrum we face is we don't actually have much discretion over the second point. The NPS directs that too. So to say, well, not tie people up so they can't go about their business. We had yesterday some pretty irate rural landowners, one of whom said, well, she had an SNA that covered 85% of her property, and rules that said she couldn't turn around without a resource consent that would cost her $20,000 a pop. So what's your answer to her? That is that in the tough whatever?
Although I'd perhaps phrase it in slightly more empathetic language, or at least I'd give it a shot. My answer is probably not dissimilar to the point around the lack of discretion that a local authority has in deciding whether or not to implement the law. It is the law. The proper place to take argument with that is not here. It is at Parliament, and it is to nationally elected MPs whose job it is to change these kinds of things. And if there is an issue with instruments like the NPSIB, in my view, the right way to question that is through, it would have been the submission process earlier, but now through contacting and lobbying and discussing with MPs. It doesn't, to my mind, make sense to try and challenge what is presently a legitimate legislative instrument by way of a district plan hearing process.
And if you want to get cute about it, the Supreme Court has said we don't have, no one has the power to question the legal validity of an NPS, courtesy of the East-West decision.
Yes.
But if the law is an ass, are you telling us, well, we just have to accept that and accept the consequences, and it's really not our fault, it is what it is, and go and blame someone else? AKA the learned individuals inhabiting the building up the road.
Yes, in the sense that there is just no ability in my mind for this process to try and attempt to legislate, in a sense, over what is valid legislation. It doesn't make sense in the parliamentary system that we have in place at the moment.
And we can go on endless times about the rule of law.
Yes, and the threat of judicial review, of course.
Well, wouldn't need to get that far. There's a full right of merits appeal to the Environment Court.
Thinking long term.
But you don't even need to go to judicial review. I'm sure the Environment Court would cheerfully tell us we got it wrong. Ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
No, thanks very much, George. Appreciate your submission.
I just didn't catch you had a double-barreled surname?
Yes, it's Curzon Hobson, which is Curzon.
Okay.
Hobson.
Oh, yes.
Hobson, I can figure out.
Yeah, I got the Hobson. I just didn't catch your first one.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's very interesting, and I appreciate your effort coming.
Wonderful. Thank you all very much for your time.
Really appreciate it. Thank you also stimulating end to the hearing.
And a stimulating way to start my afternoon. Thank you very much as well.
Thank you. We will conclude the hearing at that point and adjourn it, and we're back for the wrap-up hearing. Mr. McCutcheon, is there anything procedural or that you think we need to address? As previously, we will go into a huddle and we will issue a minute which collects together the leave that we have given various parties to provide further information and when they're going to provide it, some of which is already in the kitty. Mr. Delage has already given us his certificate of compliance. The leave we haven't given to other parties that they exercised without being asked. And anything that occurs to us that we particularly would like you to address in your reply. The last question is, I've forgotten what date you're replying, but you're not asking us to change it yet?
I can't actually remember the date myself, Chair, but I think we talked about 4 or 5 weeks.
Well, let's just say it hasn't changed at the moment, and we'll discuss that in the fullness of time.
Thank
you.
So
we will adjourn the hearing completed, and thank you for all participants.